Mic check. Welcome in, everyone. The good Mike has returned to the lodge. Nice to see you again, and let's get started. We're playing some Elden Ring tonight. We are going to be doing that in a second. I just need to fix the lodge. The lodge is having some technical difficulties. Look at the lodge. It's kind of how do we describe this? It's in need of some interdimensional repair. So let's figure that out, shall we? Properties. There we go. Configure video. There we go. And zoom. Better. Focus. That's fine. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah. Yeah. Better. And tilt. Do that. B. Right. And then that's as high as the zoom goes. Okay. So I guess that leaves tilt. Guess that'll have to be good enough. And okay. It's fun to play with webcams. All right. And now let's look at the filters. Filter. Yes. Smoothness, yes. Color spill reduction, yes. All right. Let's go. We are ready, ladies and gentlemen, and non-binary folks. We are ready to do some Elden Ring. I've got some chocolate. I've got some moxie. And I don't mean the beverage, I mean the psychological attitude. Let's get started. And let's also turn the volume down a little bit. Right. So when last we left our hero, I was in Nokron, the Eternal City. I don't know why they call it the Eternal City. Does it mean it's like a city that lasts forever, or it's a city that goes on forever? Not quite sure what it means. Anyway, what brought me back here was doing some errands, and then I was going to try to find the fingers underground because I was thinking of getting a different ending. Let's see what this lady has to say. I guess I didn't do this part. Okay. All right. So let's go back. There were a couple of shinies that I didn't get in Nokron Eternal City. Right about probably up here, right? Yes. And across the roots? No. This is where I go, I think. Yeah. And just get a couple of shinies, and then we'll be done with I think this part. Okay. No, that's not where to go. Yes, it's across the roots. There we go. Did I do? No, I'm not sure I can get back from here, but I'm gonna try. Right, let's go. Now, there's some looty stuff, and I'm trying to remember what the looty stuff was. But I might have to go back around. All right. I fell and I landed on this thing. Okay. And is there any treasure on this thing? No, I don't think so. Okay. I'm not sure I can get in anywhere here. Yes, yeah, we're gonna kill you. We're gonna kill you. We can do this. Alright, let's go. Thump. You've been thumped. Alright. Now, where's the next one? Higher or lower? Oh, there's a shiny. Nascent butterfly. Who needs all these nascent butterflies? here? No. Maybe down. Lost. Lost. So there's a building that I have to go to. That, oh, you're down there. Okay. So there we go. Didn't work. That didn't work. Let's try that again. So welcome in, folks. If you just joined me, I'm glad you're here. My name is Mike. I am a therapist, a gamer, and a streamer. I am streaming some Elden Ring this evening, hanging out with you, talking about whatever is on your mind. Twitch is not therapy, but this is a mental health affirming sort of site. We are happy to hear how things are going, check in with you, talk about ways to help with stress if you are experiencing stress. Definitely feel free to say hey. And yeah, that is, I've got to get to there, I think. There we go. We're just going to avoid all those thingamabobbies, or many of them. Sneak up behind them. Hold on. I'm going to thump you. Thump. You've been thumped. Alright, now let's go back down here. Okay, so here is one of the things that I needed to pick up that I didn't pick up the last time. There's another thing. It's not sure where it is. So let's see if we can find it. It is it this one? It is. It's this one. This was the one that I saw last night that's haunted me for hours. Something good? An arterial leaf. What the heck is an arterial leaf? Why do I need it? Why should I care? Oh, and there's somebody up there. Right. Let's go visit them. Well, that's so not fair. I was doing the jumpy thing. All right, we'll try this again. If you are just joining me, I am just trying to clean up some of the odds and ends, grab a little bit of loot I may have missed, and knock around the Eternal City. Okay, and something over there. Do I have to go down? Maybe I've got to go down that way. No, I can't do it that way either, can I? Right. Let's go this way. All right, so here is where I left. Oh, make the jump, make the jump. Now, I think what I need to do is I need to jump and get on that landing there. Ah. Yep, there we go. What's that? Something good? Then I need to do that again to get my ruins. Eee. All right. And one last time to get down there. And we'll just fail it. Welcome in, folks. Welcome into the Falling to Our Death version of Nokron, the Eternal City. My name's Mike, and I am a total klutz. And I am streaming some Elden Ring and falling down a lot. But I am going to get back up. Because you know what they say. Fall down 6 times, get up 7. Okay, we missed some basilisks, so that's good. And here's where we keep running and we keep falling down. Let's try again. Okay. Now, I'm going up to the top of that particular thingy. If I can. Because I think there's a villain up there, or a boss, or something. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there. I'm gonna get there if it kills me. And it probably will. Let's try this again. Alright, I did it! Get a shiny. Alright, now where I'm trying to get to is the roof of a building nearby. Is it? Just saw it. Is it that one? Is it? Let's try it. Hey, GJ! I am trying to find my way to some areas in Nokron that I haven't seen yet. Using Torrent, the really annoying horse. Alright, and I thought I saw a bad guy or someone looking sinister on top of a... So, is this the one that I saw? Maybe this was it. So I'm just going to try to kill him. Because he's annoyed me by jumping like that. So I don't know if that's the right one. So there was a... Maybe this was the one. So... Yep, I guess that was it. So I thought it might be something more impressive than that, but I guess that he wasn't. How are you doing tonight, GJ? What's up with you? Time for revenge. Ooh. It's time for revenge. weird feelings? Uh-oh. Weird because you're having feelings or weird feelings that you're having? I don't know if that was a well answer, articulated question. Both. Okay, so they're weird feelings and you're feeling weird. Got it. I am all ears. Tell me more if you want. What should I? Okay, there we go. I think it's all right. Good. So number one is how tired I am of post finishing school. Yes, and you could also be experiencing postpartum if you really were working really long time on that. It's both an ending and something exciting. I was an overdrive. Yep. After feeling like I was in overdrive for 2 weeks. Yep. Torrent. Torrent, you're so annoying. This definitely sounds like what finishing graduate school felt like for me. My super pessimistic self showed up today. Oh, what did your super pessimistic self have to say? Hello, old friend. Let me guess. You wasted your money. This was all for nothing. It's never going to amount to anything. Okay, even after you successfully defended it. No. Okay. Different. Okay. So, what did your super pessimistic self have to say? Besides that you could still fail your thesis. All right, we're going to try jumping on another one. This one seems to have done better. I don't deserve it. Trying to, you're not doing therapy. I get it. You know, you don't have to be in therapy to talk about feeling like you don't deserve things. That's something that a lot of people experience, and it's it also it's also one of the things that makes coping with success hard if we're not familiar with it, or if we're I know if we're trying to protect ourselves from getting disappointed, for example. Those may not be what you're experiencing. Those are just examples. I am still listening. Um, uh-oh. I got a 98 in a class with a professor who's known to be toughest, okay? And you don't get it? Why you So sometimes when things are going really well, it can highlight how neurotic we are. So, if things are going really, really well, externally, and we still feel bad, it can kind of just underscore how, we have neurotic stuff going on. Um, Also, when you are really close to completing something, that is really anxiety provoking. So, I went to college in because I turned a bunch of things in late, some for valid reasons, some for Elden Ring. Okay, so are you Yeah, you didn't get a penalty. Okay, so are you feeling guilty? Like you should be punished? Uh oh. Well, okay. The thing is, you're not the professor, right? You don't get to decide whether you get a penalty or not. And who knows? Maybe someday you'll teach a graduate course, and you'll have a stressed out graduate student who's about to graduate and turns in things late, and you'll decide not to give them a penalty too, because you'll remember what someone did for you. So, fun therapy fact. When we say "I feel like I should have," or anything that we say "I feel like," we're really not describing a feeling. That's actually a judgment or a thought. So, I get that you may be judging yourself a little bit, and I guess I would just remind you that it's really your teacher's job to grade you and to decide whether you get penalized or not, not you. And I'm not sure what the harm is if you don't get penalized. Are you feeling like this could just create a perfect storm where you procrastinate for the rest of your life? Or, oh, all right, I'm tired of you. I don't either. It's a mystery then. Um, Stream Team Congregation, welcome in. I like your title. You, I'm just not used to doing super well. Okay, I get that. You know, a lot of us that, especially people that are gamers or involved with gaming, are so used to getting these messages from people that are really gamer phobic messages. So like that all gamers are slackers, that gamers can't do anything other than play video games, they don't take life seriously. Those are just some of the many sort of internalized gamer phobia things that we sometimes hear. And so, if you spent years experiencing these messages that from the outside that were telling you by some certain standard that you weren't measuring up, and then you end up in a place where suddenly you're really invested in what you're learning and you really are succeeding, it can feel really weird because you're used to people not taking what you're doing seriously. Hold on, I'm gonna try to kill this guy. Um, and I didn't kill that guy. So I don't know if that makes sense, but we have these stereotypes of who a gamer is, right? That there's somebody that sits in the basement, smokes a lot of pot, eats a lot of foods, morbidly obese, all these really negative things, negative sort of stereotypes, and they're not necessarily true. And even if some of the things are things that resemble part of who we are, they're still not the whole thing. I have a friend at high school. She keeps getting sexually harassed by two boys. They know she's LGBT, so I wrote a diss track about those two boys because she's told them multiple times to leave her and her girlfriend alone. I now sit at her lunch table because she and her girlfriend are afraid to sit alone. Wow. So first off, good for you for showing up for your girlfriend there, your friend that's a girl. I think that is really awesome. Second off, have you talked to any of the grown-ups in that are involved with the school? Because here's the thing: I don't know where you go to school, Stream Team, but what I would tell you is that a lot of schools, the teachers want to help, but they're not quite sure how to do it. And so sometimes because teachers aren't quite sure how to help, they kind of avoid it and they maybe don't notice things or they try to ignore it. So sometimes the biggest thing we can do to help with another student is to actually bring it really bring it to the attention of a teacher or an assistant principal or a guidance counselor and say, hey, this isn't okay what's happening, and really an adult needs to help. If you don't feel comfortable doing that, then what you're doing, it sounds like really helpful. But I would definitely say, sexual harassment is never okay. It's not okay whether somebody is gay or straight or bi or whatever. It's just not okay. And whatever reason a person may give for it, even if they're giving an explanation, it doesn't matter. It's just not okay. So that's where grown-ups come in. Grown-ups in a school, their job is to keep people safe. Right. When you say I'm just going to diss them at lunch, what do you mean diss them? What does that mean? And GJ, I haven't forgotten you. They kept asking her and her girlfriend. Okay, so yeah, that's not okay. It is. It's right. It's that is totally not okay to ask someone at lunch in school. Um, so again, this is really good. One of the things that I can tell just from the little you've talked to me about is that you have a superpower in terms of you don't want people that are vulnerable to be hurt. I get that. One of the hardest things, though, is to make sure that you don't deal with this thing on your own, just with your own superpowers. Basically, it's a better way than doing it physically. Just do it emotionally. Yeah, but you see, the thing is, your instincts are good. You want to help protect and you want to help distract them from hurting your friend. But this is really where the grown-ups need to do their job too. It's our job. When I worked in a school, I was a counselor in a school for years. Part of my job was to keep kids safe, and part of my job was to help kids not feel emotionally abused. And no one should have to hear at school that someone wants to have sex with them. That's just not, if they do that. And in fact, we are not doing the guys any favors here, because the guys are getting set up for when they end up going to work and they say things like that in the workplace, they're going to get fired. They're going to get written up and fired because it's just not okay to do. School is your place of work, and it's not okay to do that there. When you say I'll try to talk to the grown-ups tomorrow, I think that is a great idea. Is there one particular grown-up you can kind of imagine at school that is the easiest to talk to about stuff? Someone, well, a grown-up that kind of really listens? Because I know that not all grown-ups are the same in schools. I know that some grown-ups are easier to talk to than others. Another shiny. Um, so, you know, GJ, I'm actually thinking about what you were just talking about, and sort of thinking about it in terms of what we were just talking about with Stream Team. And, it's really interesting to me because here we have one guy who's actually feeling guilty, or like he's not, like he deserves a penalty, because he's used to that feeling. And then we've got these guys that have gotten away with something and have no sense that they should have a penalty. Um, I have an AL assistant principal. Is that assistant principal and a counselor? I'm really good at communicating with teachers and try to keep it in contact with them. Good. Yeah. So you don't have to. You don't. You can kind of just do it privately if you want to protect yourself. ALE. I have an ALE assistant principal. What's an ALE? Am I missing something basic? So I think these guys have something to feel guilty about. These guys are the ones that deserve a penalty. Um, I think you're in a good spot. Alternate is a class. Oh, okay. Alternative school. Got it. So yeah, so let's not say bad boys are good boys, because what I think you mean is kids that need instruction that may be more tailored to helping with emotional stuff sometimes. So in an ideal world, every kid comes to school ready to learn. They come to school. I'm about to die. Bye bye. This conversation is so important. I'm getting killed, and that's totally okay. So, not all students come to school ready to learn. Some students have to, yeah, cognitive dissonance is a good thing. So, stream team, what cognitive dissonance means is when something just, um, what's a good example of cognitive dissonance? When you feel one way, even though you know something else is the truth. So, for example, if you see somebody stealing something in a store and you say, "Hey, put that back," and they look at you and they go, "I didn't take anything. You're the one that took something." You're you might have this moment where you're like, "Huh? What?" And you get confused. That's cognitive dissonance. So that's what DJ meant when he said that. So, but back to the alternative school piece. I used to work in alternative schools a lot. And one of the things I can tell you is that the kids that I worked in alternative schools with were really smart, and none of them were bad. They were bad or good. They were just human beings. It sounds more like a Karen to me. What do you mean? Who sounds like more like a Karen? Oh, you mean the I didn't take that, you took that? I want to see manager? Okay, yeah. Well, Karens are really good at trying to cause cognitive dissonance. I think that's part of what I'm saying. Um, so, but I guess the real important thing is if you go to an alternative school, it not just these students, but if you're part of an alternative school, I really think you want to not think about it in terms of good or bad because it's not about good or bad. It's about how ready someone is to learn. And when we go to school scared or sad or depressed or frightened or traumatized or grieving, we're not ready to learn. And sometimes we can't just fix that by talking to a therapist once a week. Sometimes we need an environment where the learning happens a little differently. Not because we're bad, but because we're not ready to learn in the ways that other people are learning. And a lot of times when I worked with kids in alternative settings, they ended up going back to the other settings that they came from because they got ready to learn. They were ready. Um, and sometimes kids did. It wasn't like everyone did, but I guess part of what I'm saying is that sometimes schools fail kids, but the kid thinks that they're failing school, and that it's actually the opposite. Okay, not everyone can learn in a class of 25 people where there's a lot of noise and there's a lot of chaos. So I know the two boys personally. Actually, one of them barley talk. The other one was good and nice until I heard what I hear them say the other day. Yeah, I mean, well, I think you heard. I think you sounds like you were disappointed in them, and I think that you've got good reason to be because that behavior is really not acceptable. Um, and now that you kind of know about it, you can really help by telling a grown up so that the grown up can actually talk with them and hopefully teach them why that's not okay. And hopefully someone else besides you, someone that's a grown up, is talking to the girls and saying, hey, it doesn't matter whether you are lesbian or bi or trans or straight or gay. No one should be talking to you at your workplace about wanting to have sex with you. Nobody. It doesn't matter what their orientation is. That's actually one thing that's just not okay to do, regardless of a person's gender or sexual orientation. And if they somehow think that that's makes it okay, then that's a whole other problem. All right, I got to find a different place here. I think I'm done with Nokron. GJ, you have been in Nokron before. Can you weigh in while we're talking about this? Is there anything else I need to kill down here? Any big bosses, or am I ready to kind of? move on to like the Hallig tree or something. And stream team, I'm really glad that you felt like you could come on and talk about some of that stuff, because this is why, even though Twitch isn't therapy, if I can kind of help point you in the direction of an adult at your school that can help, then that's going to make your life easier. It's going to make the two girlfriends' lives easier. It's probably going to help those guys out too. Right. Here's the thing about telling a grown up. You can't just tell them yourself because they won't listen to one person. You need a whole squad for them to understand. Now, not like physically with hands, like just protecting a girlfriend. The champions I did. Yes. I didn't do the walking castle. I could. I don't really do those a lot of times. Also the coffins. Oops, where are the coffins? Well, I did do the coffins, I think. So Stream Team, you just said something really important. I want you to read back what you said, because what you're describing is feeling like you don't have enough power with your words to do something and to get the grown-ups to listen to you. And that's when people act out and do physical things. That's when people then fight and or attack one of these guys or both of these guys. And I think it's great that you haven't done that. I can tell that you're trying to get it right by not doing that, and instead you're dissing them. What's going to happen though is you're going to get frustrated at some point, and you're going to lose your temper. And if you do get physical, then everything shifts because suddenly all the attention is going to be on you. And you can say, yeah, I did that because they were doing X, Y, and Z, but you're still the person that got physical. So before it gets to that point, what I'm suggesting to you is you do talk to the principal and the assistant principal and do two things. And first, you want to say to them, so you went to the Red Lake. Oh, not this round. I should do that. So the first thing you do, Stream Team, when you go to the assistant principal or the counselor, is say, hey, I want to point out something I did that was really good. I have not hit anyone yet. I've wanted to, and here's why, but I haven't. And what I want to tell you, guidance counselor or assistant principal, is that this is going on to these girls, and I'm trying to protect them, but it's not working enough because these guys keep doing this. The grown-ups need to help. And you know what? When a kid is able to actually say to a grown-up, the grown-ups need to help me, it ups the ante. The grown-ups can't ignore that as much. Whereas if, it becomes, say one of the kids complains that you're dissing them at lunch, then it becomes easily confused. Then the principal's talking to you about dissing them. So that's why I'm saying get the grown-ups involved before something else happens. Because 9 times out of 10, that's not what people do. People wait. They try to handle it themselves. You need to record this. It's recorded. It's actually recorded. I think you can you can check the video out. So it will be recorded. So surprise, it's recorded. Which is why I don't want you to name any names or give me any specific information just to protect your privacy, right? But here's my point: is I've seen this car accident coming from a mile away several times in my lifetime, and usually it gets to the point where someone loses their temper and gets in a fight, and then they get in trouble. Okay, so I think the right thing you could do is you could go to an adult tomorrow at school and say, hey, happy Friday. We're almost done. It's almost the end of the week. Two things I wanted to tell you. I've been really working hard. These two folks are asking these girls to have sex with them. And it's really making me angry because I want to protect the girls, and I have not raised a finger. I have not hit them. I notice I'm starting to lose my temper because I'm saying things to them because I want to protect my friends. I need a grown-up's help. I need someone to get involved here because they're telling these girls to have sex. They want to have sex with them. That's not okay. I don't want people saying that in front of me. and I don't want them saying it in front of my friends, right? I really think, and I'm hoping that I know I ended up working in alternative schools and working in alternative settings, and part of it was because I liked that work and I wanted to do it. I thought it was meaningful. And I hope that you have staff there that are the same. I hope that they're really interested in kids. And most teachers really want to do the right thing. So I would give them a chance. And if that doesn't work, then it's time to maybe talk to your parent and say, hey, and you could also do this tonight. You could say, by the way, I want to tell you something I've done really right this week. Um, it does. It helps a lot of kids. I think alternative schools are great. You know what? I think everyone should have an IEP. IEPs stand for individualized education plan. Well, what's special about that? Everyone should have an individualized education plan, right? We all learn differently. So those are my. I hope I didn't sound like too much of a grown up there, but I really think it's important that you not go this alone. Yeah, that's possible. Here's the thing, and I say this to kids all the time. Grown-ups, sometimes grown-ups don't listen. Sometimes grown-ups have their own stuff going on or are just distracted. Don't give up. Keep asking for help until you find a grown-up that listens, because there will be a grown-up that listens. It may not be the first or the second one, and it may not be the first or second time, but don't give up. And I'm so glad you brought this up. It's really important, and I'm glad we were able to talk about it on the stream. Um, and now I need to find the red lake. Let's see. So I guess I go this way, right? How do I do that? That's no, that's not right. Maybe it's the Great Waterfall Crest, and I go. Oh, I've got to go kill all those ants. Welcome in, folks. If you are just joining us, I am really glad you're here. We're having a really great evening of Elden Ring and conversation. We're talking about some school stuff. We're talking about end of the year stress and how it often comes out with people behaving badly at school. And we were talking a little bit about sexual harassment. We're also talking about feeling guilty when you're doing well, which also happens at the end of a school year sometimes when people are doing well. So if any of those things are interested to you, or if you just want to lurk or tell us how your day's going, feel free. If you want to talk at all about the game, you can feel free to backseat. I have no problem. I've played this game before. GJ is one of my mods, and he is always helping with backseating stuff. So you feel free to. Here's what I think about an infinity. I think of paranormal when I think of infinity. Do you mean infinity? I'm not sure I understand. I want to. It sounds like a really deep thought, so I want to make sure I get this one. You mean Paranormal the movie? Because I have seen Paranormal the movie. No, entity. Entity? Like when like entity, like a thing, a creature. I'm stumped. Tell me more, Stream Team. And GJ, if you have a guess here, feel free to let me know. I am not quite sure what Stream Team means by entity. Oh, there's the shiny. I missed that shiny. I got the shiny. Oh, it's a smithing stone. See, this is why you should always get those shinies, because they end up being smithing stones. All right. My guess is also entity. Okay. I'm thinking it's entity too. Um, a thing with distinct and independent existence. Yes, that's an entity. I understand you now. So when you say paranormal, do you mean the movie Paranormal? Uh-oh. This is what I love about the stream. We can be talking about alternative schools, talking about sexual harassment, and then we're talking about paranormal and entities. Um, gotcha. You know, I am humbled to tell you this, but I have never seen the movie Paranormal. But back to the two girls. I just want to recap because I'm physically recording this. Ah, you're recording me dying. Okay. Okay. So let's see. Go ahead. Recap. That's what I did wrong. Okay, so I've got to go jump down. I mean, if you want me to recap, I'd start with it does not matter whether you're LGBTQIA, straight, or non binary, or not wanting to even put yourself into words. Nobody should have at their workplace somebody saying, I want to have sex with you. And school is your workplace. So, absolutely not okay. Yep. And you're absolutely right. That is sexual harassment. Nobody at their job should have strangers coming up to them and talking to them and saying, I want to have sex with you. Nobody. And it doesn't matter what their orientation or their gender identity is. Just not, we don't do that at work. Just don't do that at work. I love halitosis breath. Uh oh. Oh no. Oh no. Right. That didn't go quite as I planned, but that's okay. And now it's come down to me and a lot of my friends sitting with them at lunch. That is great. That is a good start. And that's where, you guys are trying to be protecting them. And it's the sort of thing that you want to make sure you get the adults involved in. And you also want to help the adults catch you doing something right, which is you were listening to some really bad stuff and you didn't get into fights. You didn't use your hands. That is awesome. Wish this ant wouldn't use its hands. Will you clarify that you're like a professional? I am. We're not doing therapy now, but I am a real therapist. I am a real therapist. And you know what? Even this is like 101 stuff. You don't have to be a therapist to people that are grown-ups in your school know for a fact that it's not okay to tell people they want to have sex with them. No one in your school. I am sure that none of the adults in your school would ever say that's okay. And it's what's really important is to let the grown-ups there know that you have done a great job not getting into any fights and being aggressive. You've really been controlling yourself, but that you want their help because this is not okay what those two guys are doing, and that your friends that are the girls are having to sit and listen to this every day, and that's not okay. I love the Newman's rules. Love them. I'm running out of these things. Hey. Oh dear. I think I ran out of. It's time to do sniping, guys. Because I ran out. I ran out of Okay, so now there are a lot of teachers and principals. They're busy right now working and finishing up schoolwork, right? Yes, that's true. And that doesn't make any difference in terms of this stuff. Look, I know lots of us, when we're at work, want to just get through the end of the workday. Um, but that doesn't mean, this needs to be talked about. You can't wait this out, because I guarantee you that if someone at that lunch table loses their temper and hits somebody else, they're not going to say, "Oh, it's so close to the end of the school year. Let's just not consequence these people." So, absolutely, it's really important that you ask the grown-ups for help before, and you can definitely tell them I said that. And say, "Hey, this guy Mike, who's a therapist that that streams on Twitch, he said that I needed to talk to you guys about it first before anything bad happened with fists or hands." Totally, totally feel free to say that. But you know, the grown-ups at the school need to be able to help you, and I'm sure they will. I'm sure someone will if you tell them. But it makes it a lot harder to help when you're in the principal's office because you hit one of these kids or you said something sexually, like, aggressive to them. Um, well, I don't want my name out there necessarily because of fame. I only said that because you were recording it, and that's fine. Um, you know, and certainly you can give them my information so that they can verify that I'm not some lunatic that just goes around like telling kids crazy things. Um, all right, I think you know what? I think I'm going to have to jump down there and actually kill a few of these with my hands. Uh oh. Oh, or maybe I won't. Maybe I'll just die. I will not. I haven't done it yet. I'll show it to my principal. Okay. I'm sure your principal is going to be glad you made a good decision by not trying to take matters into your own hands and help in asking for help. Um, I'm sure, I bet you that you're not used to asking people for help. It's hard for a lot of us to ask for help. So, but I'll tell you, it gets a grown up's attention when you say, I need a grown up to help me. I think that's great. I think that's great. But I think that's a good first step. But let's talk real for a minute. Physical harm is not okay, but dissing them isn't going to help either. And here's why: because when you diss them, you're actually sending them a mixed message. You're using your words to be aggressive, to tell them, "Hey, don't use your words to be aggressive," because that's what both dissing and the sexual harassment stuff have in common. They're both using words as a form of violence. And so I'm going to die now. And so so listen carefully because I just died to make this point, Dream Team. Verbal aggression and verbal violence is also not okay. So the fact that you've kind of were talking with me about this, on some level that something needs to change here, and you're doing your best to try to change it. And what I'm telling you is, it's great that you went halfway. You didn't use your hands. You weren't physically violent. The other halfway is to move from the verbal violence to using your words to ask an adult for help. Yep, I'm not. I now realize that. So, that's great. I mean, that's great. See, this is all learning. We're all on this planet to learn how to get along with each other, and it's hard work. Man, it's hard work. I've been on this planet for 5 decades now, half a century, man, and I'm still. People still confuse me. while you're playing a killing game talking about stopping physical violence. Yes, but I haven't killed any people and I haven't sexually harassed anybody. I have actually been killing ants. And they're also pixelated ants. They're not real. They do not have a central nervous system that can feel shame, sadness, or humiliation. So you sound like one of the parents that I often have to talk to where they're like saying, my kid shouldn't play video games because video games make people violent. And I have to say, that's not true. If that was true, then so many more people would be violent because there's a lot more video people being violent than there are people playing video games. But I do see the irony there. What I want to call your attention to is my mad skills that I was actually able to talk with you about sexual harassment while killing all these ants. That's truly skill. I don't know a lot of therapists that could actually do that, kill all these ants while talking about sexual harassment and how to negotiate conflict. I love video games too. GJ, are you still here? GJ loves video games. GJ actually works with video games. I'm turning into my parents. Yes, you are. But that's okay because I can tell your parents probably did a few things right because of the way you're actually willing to talk to adults and work with adults. So I think your parents have done some right things. Yes. So GJ, you've been very patient, but I think we should also make sure that we don't lose sight of what you were talking about, which was this idea that somehow you feel guilty for turning in an assignment late, thinking about a South Park character after all this time. Oh my God. Okay, that one. I hope you're not comparing me to Mr. Garrison. Okay. God, I think I know what you're thinking about, GJ. Which one are you thinking about? I've seen many of the early seasons of South Park. So, oh, sexual harassment panda. I am not. I am not aware of sexual harassment panda. Was that something instituted by Principal Bro? Like I did kind of follow along with Principal Bro. That's actually a link. All right, let's do this again. It's not okay. I remember when I was working in schools as a therapist with middle school students and South Park first came out. I was really objecting to them watching it. I was like, "You should not be watching this. It is way too adult." Um, well, that just goes to show you how long ago that was. Also, I'm gonna end this video off here, guys. Be sure to check out Mike. He helps a lot, and it's really nice. Thank you so much for that, for saying that. And I'm glad if I helped. Ah, I'm getting attacked by too many ants. I'm in high school now, so I have the right. Okay, there you go. Fair enough. So, guys, I'm going to take a really quick bio break. Please stick around. I'm going to just head off for 1 minute, and then I will be right back. So, don't go anywhere. We'll continue the talk. Want to go back? Welcome back, everyone. I am returning to the lodge. The good Mike has returned to the lodge. After a quick bio break, I am highly caffeinated this evening, which is good because we're doing a lot of talking and multitasking, and that's not something I do. I love how this guy named Homer Simpson subbed me a couple days ago, and I just started watching The Simpsons before he subbed. Ooh, that could be a very interesting coincidence. All right. So, GJ, are you still there? I wanted to ask you something, if you are. And if you're not, then I'm talking to you and you're not there, and I'll talk to you later. Okay. So, one of the things when you do modding that I would hope that you would consider doing is when we have a conversation like that, if you could keep an eye on the timestamp, roughly the timestamp of the stream, so that if we want to do a highlight, because this seems like, for example, would be a really good highlight. Does that seem like something you'd be able to do? Uh oh, that didn't work right, did it? Ah, all right. We're just gonna hack away at these guys. Sure. One of the things that I was wondering if you would be willing to do when you're modding is if we have a conversation kind of like the one we just did, which might be good for a highlight, if you could do a timestamp on it. Just keep track of the time so that when I go back over the video creator, I know roughly where it is. So because tonight, for example, we're going to have probably a 4.5, 5 hour stream, and that happened around into the first hour of it. It did not. Tell me that's not true. Are you serious? DJ, are you giving me a hard time? Did it really cut out? Oh, GJ, tell me that's not true. Cut out at the most, not the second. Oh, how could you do that? All right. These are like the spiders. You know, it's interesting how these guys are like the spiders. They in Bright Cove Seldora in Dark Souls 2. All right, now hopefully I can kill you all. Like I said, I can give you my Twitch channel. You can. You know what? Have her subscribe to my Twitch. That way, and tell me what her name is. And that way, I'll be able to keep an eye on her. Because if you put it in chat, who knows if I'm going to see it and when I'll get to it in the 5 hour stream. So come on, die all you nasty ants. I think this is the way to get them. You know what? Have her whisper me. That way it's coming from her. All right. So I got most of them. Now I just have to snipe a couple more. Look at them trying to fart poisonous stuff at me. What kind of ants are these? So, GJ, you never said whether you would be willing to do that. You just went right to scaring me and saying that we didn't have that material. I can see how this is. Are you feeling less weird? By the way, did this whole conversation change the weird feeling at all? I will, and when you do talk to her, let her know who she is and where you heard it from. Okay, will do. Will do, stream team. All right. Let's see. Is that everybody? I may have to hack my way through some more, but I feel like I've got most of them. Oh, here's another one. I didn't get this one. Oh, there's more, aren't there? Yeah, I can do that. Okay. Well, don't sound so freaking happy about it. It's not that you. It's not that you have to do it. You get to do it. It is an honor to timestamp for my stream. This looks like it's not even purple. It's like a legendary color. What's in here? Elden Stars. Yes. Definitely worth it. All right, now let's kill this thing down here. Yes, there are no ants that survived the making of this stream. All right. Now, I think this is not the right way to go, though. They re-updated my whole recording website now. It's a whole lot better. What kind of recording website do you have? I am totally lost. I don't know how to get to the other area I need to get to down here. Oh, do I go up that way? Maybe I have to go up that way. On the other side of this gaping chasm. Maybe. Ah, feed EO. That's very clever. I see what they're doing there. All right, more ants. We're going to avoid those ants. So GJ tells me I'm supposed to go to the Red Lake, and then he just like totally disappears from telling me how to get to the Red Lake. I don't know how to get to the Red Lake. Maybe it's around this corner? No, maybe it's not. All right. Oh, maybe it's on the. Oh, maybe I have to go this way. Welcome in, folks. If you're just joining me, I'm glad you're here. My name's Mike. I'm a therapist, a gamer, and a streamer. A coffin. Wait, so the coffin that I. You mean the coffin at the coffin at the beginning at the Great Waterfall Crest? Or is there another? Because I saw another coffin and now I can't remember where it was. Oh, was it? It was at Prince TJ. Oh, hey.
The rotten witch is dead. The golden order unsullied. Now I can look my brother Darian in the eye. Honeyed rays of gold.
Oh, I've got bad news for you. Darian's dead.
Darian, honeyed.
Do I kill him?
Darian, honeyed rays of gold.
I don't know if I should kill him or not.
Darian, honeyed rays of gold. Deliver my spirit.
Well, he wants me to deliver a spirit. Okay, I'll deliver it.
What's the meaning of this? Has she bewitched you?
All right. I don't know if I should kill him.
Deliver my spirit.
I mean, he just killed her, and I think he's the one I gave the twin armor to, and so technically I'm responsible for the part of this. There's another one near the your PFP is sus, and then there's another one near the Grace, kind of close to where you fight Thea's champion. Yes. So wait, your PF. What's PFP? I should know this, but I don't. Yes. So should I kill GJ? Should I kill this
Darian, honeyed.
guy? I mean, I just don't know. Profile picture. Gotcha. That is D's brother. So D gets killed, and Fia has something to do with it. And then we give. This is the guy that right before the gargoyles is crying or kind of just sitting there, and it says give twinned armor. And so you give him D's old armor, and then he comes and he kills Fia. But I'm just not sure if I should kill him. Well, yes, I did. Yeah, I'm gonna.
You are light. Vile. Murderer. Brother. Die. 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 I'll grind your heart into that vile wench. How could this? Forgive me,
Yeah, die with regret.
Darian.
Yeah. If your brother wasn't named Darian, but I was bullied by someone named Darian when I was a kid. That's right. I got an inseparable sword, and I've avenged the lady that has a problem with boundaries and needs to hug everyone. Um. All right. Well, I have to tell you, I'm not going to say all of that again. What I can tell you is that you can. No, you're not an idiot. That's happened to all of us, one point or another. I think there's a coffin over here that I can go for a ride in. I did fight the dragon. I actually duplicated the spell, so I have both the dragon spells. But I was thinking of trying to kill the big white dragon in Kaled next. Where's the coffin? There's a coffin over here somewhere. Or I thought there was. There. Okay. All right. Where's that coffin? Where's that coffin? Where's that coffin? Oh, probably in the first half hour. Is the coffin down there? Not here? Okay. Marginally helpful, GJ. Marginally helpful. How about the maybe the nameless eternal city? Maybe that's it. Leave arena. They left arena. Right. Go down routes. All right, I'm down there. Oh, there it is. We found it. Well, I found it. It's my turn to give you a hard time tonight. And I think I'm doing a good job of it. You're on mobile and on delay. I am. Yes, I am. I'm so rude. I'm going to rest in a coffin because if you've ever played a From Software game, you know that resting in the coffin is always a good idea. Now, do I pull it over myself and then I go over the edge? And if I do go over the edge, how does that thing stay on? I mean, this just doesn't gravity doesn't work like that. All right. So now where am I going to be? Okay. Let's skip this cutscene. Where? Oh, there we go. Yay! Thank you, GJ. Thank you for helping me find this spot. I want to acknowledge that you did do your fair share. Oh, a miniature Ronnie. I better talk to it. Because that's my first instinct in a From Software game whenever I encounter a doll, is to talk to it. I have. Not all of it, though. I'm at the talking to Ronnie's doll part. Hi, Ronnie. Talk to miniature Ronnie. I'm going to keep talking to you, miniature Ronnie.
Oh, or is it merely thy habit to talk to dolls?
Oh, found me out. I like talking to dolls.
Fine. I hadn't expected any soul to recognize me in this guise. But now the cat is out the bag. I cannot allow thee thy freedoms. Perform for me a service as recompense. Eliminate the baleful shadows which prowl these lands.
Okay.
The name of Rani the Witch is I will not.
Okay. I will do that. Let's see. All right. So before we start doing the Ainsel part, let's do a couple things. First, let's check on how our flasks. Do we have enough golden seeds? No, I need one more. I've got no sacred tears. All right. So let's go to the round table and upgrade things. Because it's fun to upgrade things. And now we get to find out how many ruins are in a Newman ruin. This is a Newman ruin. I gain a multitude. How much is a multitude, folks? 12,500. An amount. Yes. So you're on mobile. What are you doing while you're watching this amazing stream? Okay, so I only have enough to level up once after all that. Oh well. All right, let's go. Also playing Elden Ring. Okay. Care about the Albinoric woman hiding in a cave. I really don't. Do I have any bell bearings? Oh, okay. And I don't need any. I don't have any remembrances, which means that all we've got left to do right now is, let's see, check in Fia's old room. Oh, Fia, we hardly knew you. Right now, let's upgrade.
Well, I took you for no matter it. Lay out your arms.
All right. Okay, I can't do any of those. Whenever I'm officially modding, I'll be more available. Okay, well, we have to figure that out. I want to start exploiting you as soon as possible. I mean, I want you to start working for me as soon as possible. All right. What are we doing? Okay. Oh wait. So can I do the coated sword too? I can. Nice. All right. You know what, maybe I should do my samurai thing up. Smithing stones 3. I think I can get some more smithing stones. Let's go buy some smithing stones from my favorite ladies, the Husk Maidens. Ladies, hello! Oh my gosh, there are no 3s. That's annoying. Okay, so none of that's gonna work. Alright, so I guess it's back to the Ainsel River we go. Welcome in, folks. If you're just joining me, my name's Mike. I'm a therapist, gamer, and streamer. I am playing some Elden Ring and hanging out with you this fine Thursday night. We're talking about all sorts of stuff, mental health related, game related, and you're welcome to join in the chat or feel free to just lurk if you're a lurking sort of person. We do not discriminate. There are no expectations on you in this stream except 0 hate talk. Other than that, just chill and enjoy yourself, enjoy watching the game. Let's see if there's any jolly cooperation to be had. There is. Hello, jolly cooperation. All right. Is this the only path? I should just check here. Cancel River Main. Hi, Rob K. Rob. All right. Let's do this. Right. Ooh. Forgot about that one. As did Rob K. Rob, apparently. Oh, I did that wrong, didn't I? There we go. Nice. Do I get anything good? Oh, I got a somber smithing stone. I guess we'll stick with melee for these guys. It's easier to do a bunch of them at once with the breath thing, but... Alright. Oh, I just died. Alright. Maybe my first instinct to use the breath of hate, is Let's see if Rob K. Rob is still around. Yeah. So I have some chocolate, and I'm sad to say that other than the chocolate, I have no snacks tonight. This is a snackless stream. And that's pretty sad. No more jolly cooperators around here now? That's sad. All right. So the last time I played through the Ainsel River, I think I didn't go everywhere I could have gone. I got lost, and I had to come back. So if there's another path that I'm missing here, definitely point it out for me. Yay, human bone shards. Maybe this is the way I didn't go. These plants are so, like, hardy. Uh-oh, frenzy. Well, and then there are these guys. Wow, nothing kills these plants quickly. I'm looking for something that will quickly kill them. I guess nothing will. Alright, let's try again. Alright. Did I get anything decent for that? After all that work? Nope. All right, let's go. Oh, we're not going down there, but we are going over here. Clayman Ashes. I didn't get that last playthrough. All right. Let's hack a few people to fill up our Estus. Oh, 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 oh. Painful, 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 painful. All right. Oh, that's why I'm on the wrong Wi-Fi. Okay, let's try this again. Nope. There, right. Nobody's home. Oh, that was all right. Welcome in, folks. If you're just joining me, I am Mike. I'm a therapist, gamer, streamer, playing some Elden Ring, talking some mental health. chilling with you as we get through this Thursday night. Feel free to say hi if you want. Let me know where you're watching from, whether it's Thursday night for you or maybe it's Friday morning. Maybe the weekend has already come for you. Oh, oh, that's severe. All right, time for bad breath. All right, let's go. Let's go. Nice. That everybody? Did we get everybody? Good. Well, we didn't get these people. Nice. All right. Time to go down here, right? Usually when there's all this formic rock, that means there's ant seeds up ahead. You're a fast ant just there. All right. All right, this is where I got lost. So I can go right or left. All right. Oh dear. Time to use some bad breath. Death to the big-headed ant. All right. Time for an ear scratch break. Ooh, my ears itchy. I love these headphones, and I c- my ears get itchy when I have them for too long. And it's not these headphones; it's just headphones. Be wary of pear. Where's the other one? Oh, there you are. Gravity. All right. So rather than go down this way again, we're going to go down this way. Because I think this is where the red lake is. But I could be wrong. Well, something's here. Here we are in Noxtella, the Eternal City, which is not to be confused with Nokron, which is another Eternal City. Wait. All right, did I get some? Yay, I got some Estus for that. I love that talisman. All right, so down there, no, there's nothing down there I need to go to. Let's look around here. Oh, I'm gonna thump this one. Oh, meant to thump you, but I couldn't. Oh well. You've been thumped. All right. Oh dear. This is, I've been here before, I think. I got you both. All right, this better have been worth it. It wasn't. Celestial Dew. I never sin. I don't need no Celestial Dew. All right. Interesting. Be wary of left. Okay. Trap ahead. Oh. Look at me killing snails. Mike the snail killer. Yeah, gonna get up a little earlier in the morning to get this guy. Snails. All right. Let's go. Any more snails to kill? Hey, you snails are all thinking you're really sneaky, but you're not. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That was anticlimactic, wasn't it? Yeah, this is when that breath comes in handy. Uh-oh. You're back and you're bored? Well, let's try to entertain you. Let's see. Let's kill some slimes. I would say I'm not here for your entertainment, but actually I am. That's the whole point. Alright, lightning stabby things. Enough of you. Alright. Oh, oh, oh! Dance entertainment, man. Yeah, that's right. Are you not entertained? Oh, these things. They're brutal. Alright. I don't think I was in this part the last time I played. I think I missed this. Uh-oh. Go. Now we'll go up here. Oh, another one. All right. Oh, you guys, I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you. Uh. All right. Oh, I missed a glove work down there. Probably should go back down there anyway. Dance entertainment, man. Oh, look, it's an Elden Tree scrub. Nice. I need that. I also need to go back and get the glove wart because I'm a completionist. Sometimes. Sometimes I'm not a completionist. Sometimes I'm lazy. But for a Ghost Glove Wart 8, I'll be a completionist. Alright. So, Let's go here. There's still more ants. Let's get them one at a time. Okay. One. Oh, you ant with just a little bit of health. All right. Got me some nice formic rock there. I don't know what this formic rock does, but I'm sure it's very helpful. Oh, I didn't go in that open door area. I probably should. I wonder if that's one of the places where the bowling balls live. You know, the giant bowling balls that drop larval tears? Nope. Just a golden centipede. That's okay. Can't do that. Can't use torrent. Let's go back to the try to get that Erd tree seed because then I can get more flasks. I'm one Erd tree seed away. So, GJ, thanks to you and your Entertainment Man comment, I now have Billy Joe's Piano Man stuck in my head. Thanks a lot. Thing. Wrath ahead. Okay, we won't go that way. Uh-oh. Okay, what am I doing here? Never mind. You were going to do this way. I lost my sarcasm in crunching for finals, but it's back. I think, you know what? I don't know that it ever really left, GJ. I never felt a break in it. Ah! It's Greek for to tear flesh, you know. All this celestial dew that I have absolutely no need for, and no way of getting up to the Erd tree. All right. It pains me to admit this, but I need to take another bio break, so I will be right back. Please don't go. Welcome back, folks. I am back. The good Mike is back in the lodge. Had to take another real quick bio. Thanks for your patience. Here, oh no, there's an elevator. Oh no, it's an elevator. I suppose that's okay. I suppose it's not locked by some contraption. It's going down. I needed it to go up so I could get that bird tree thingy. Where the heck am I going? Checkpoint. Oh wait, I've already been here, haven't I? Maybe not. Love Ward 9. Huh. Is this the way to the red rot area? No, basiliskis. Uh-oh. Thank goodness there were only 2 of those. Oh wait, there's more. There's tons more. Smithing stone. Yes, I think I've arrived at that red lake that GJ was so enamored of. Here we are. Oh.
Oh, Shadow, thou art the last. Tell the two fingers that Rani the witch cometh to rend thy flesh with a fateful wound, ne'er to heal.
Baleful shadows. Meet swarm of flies. Come on. Oh man! So if I remember, I played a little six. Yes, that's right. Also, that death was entirely your fault because your ding distracted me. All right, but we're gonna. I'll let that go this time. Yeah, I try no take that opinion. Try not to take that opinion personally. Oh, now I've got to do the stupid basilisks again. Well, I'm glad you liked Sekiro. I have it on computer and on PS4, so it's not like I'm not willing to try again. I'm I'm I tell me what you liked about it. Oh no. And you left. Okay. I see. I like magic. I'm a big magic user, and it doesn't have a lot of magic. All right, let's try this again. This thing. Okay. Ah! Come on.
Beautifully fought.
There we go.
My thanks.
Yes, exactly. I never felt something was unfair except for one boss that had bloodborne mechanics in the game that wasn't.
This is farewell, my dear. Tell Blythe and Iji I love her.
Aww. I got a discarded palace key. You know what that means? That means I can go back to the palace and open the door. All right. So, um, I didn't play. I barely made it through the tutorial, and I think as you probably can tell from my streams, I enjoy the summoning and co-op and even the invasion parts of the game. And so that was actually one of the reasons that I actually didn't like it, because I'm much more of a co-op player, and that was one of the reasons I actually like Neo better. Um, and yeah, I see. That's the thing, is I'm not a parry guy. I don't like parrying. I can't get it. And yeah, you're absolutely right. It's not a magic game, so that's the other piece. Gee, I hope this leads down to the Erd tree. That would be kind of cool, wouldn't it? After all that, Or no, it leads to the Lake of Rot. When you want to go to the Erd Tree, but you end up at the Lake of Rot. All right. Can I level up? Do I play instruments? No, not well. I spent 2 or 3 years practicing playing the cello, and I did horribly at it. So, yeah. All right. So I'm going back to I think I'm going to go back here and go back up the elevator because I want to get that other seed so I can have more flasks. Is that wrong? Yeah. So one of the things that neurologists have studied, musical instruments and learning how to play an instrument are very useful for everyone's neurology. It's good for all developing neurologies, but percussions and rhythmic and percussion rhythms are especially useful for people that have ADHD. It actually is very helpful for them. All right, so now how do I get up there? That's what I want to know. All right, let's kill you. Did you? I stopped, and you know what? There's a part of me that regrets stopping. But when we moved out to Nantucket, it just seemed really hard to find a cello place here. Okay, so let's see. How do I get? Refuse to count time though. You've got a lot of rebellion in you, don't you? All right. Oh, yes. Uh-huh. I'm not sure if I just never got to counting time, but oh dear. Oh, come on. This is so unfair. Only it's not unfair. I'm just saying it's unfair. Ah. Oh, that was. Hence, I should have been a drummer. Well, you say that as if it's too late, and I have to tell you, I didn't start playing the cello until I was 40. Um, so I don't know that it's ever too late. It's never too late to play the instrument you might have played, or get the Erd Tree seed you might have gotten. Welcome in, everyone. If you're joining us, I'm glad you're here. My name's Mike, therapist, gamer, streamer. We're talking about things ranging from school frustration, sexual harassment, cyberbullying, and cello. Got to move into a single family first? Well, yeah. Get acreage, man. Get acreage. That's all I've got to say. So there's that Erd Tree again. Oh, that's so frustrating to me. Right. First we get you. All right. I'm just going to get all of you. Oh. There's a visceral attack. Now that'll give me some Estus back. All right. Oh, where can that herb tree be? Alright, so... Nice. Alright, so now these guys, they were part of the problem before. Oh, I see the problem. Alright. You're too fast. That's the problem. Oh man. Alright, you. Right now. Now let's try this again. Alright, now it's time to do some melee, get some crits, and restore some Estus. Alright. That should give me some Estus, thank you. Alright. Where's that last? Oh, there you are. Alright, time to kill you. Alright, so there's got to be some way up there. Alright. Let's see if this works. Oh. It's a coffin. Alright. Well, let's just let you die. You know, we're just gonna let you die. There we go. Nice. Alright. Now, let's open a treasure chest. Hopefully it's something good. It's a Grave Glowsport 9. Okay. Now, how do I get up there? That's what I really want to know. It may be around this corner. Aha. This may be where I haven't gone yet. The things I do for those herb tree seeds, you know? Okay. Yeah. All right, let's go. Oh. Well, let's do this. There's a lot of you. Okay. Oh dear, there's even more of you. Alright, that should give me... Oh, yeah. Uh-oh. I hope there's nothing else in here right now. Man, that was a lot. And for what? For a treasure chest and a silver tear husk. Let's see. What's in this treasure chest? Please don't be celestial dew. Ooh, yes, a ghost glovewort bell bearing. I'll take it. And more importantly, hopefully I could go further up and go over the bridge to the bird tree thing. Yeah, interesting. Puddles. Why would they have puddles here? Archer ashes. Okay, let's go. Welcome in, folks. If you're just joining me, my name's Mike. I'm a therapist, gamer, streamer. I am streaming some Elden Ring. Having a grand old time. Feel free to join us in the chat by saying hi or by lurking if you prefer. I've been here before. I remember this place. It's got lots of trappies. All right. So now, when I go in here, what are you? Give me something good. Somber smithing stones. What makes a smithing stone somber, do you think? Okay, let's go. Up here is where we're going to hit the bowling ball of death, aren't we? Yes, we'll just keep hitting you. Come on, stamina, don't fail me now. Oh, stamina, you failed me now. Alright. Larval tier for the win. Okay. What's around here? Anything good? Oh, is there another one in here? There is. Oh, what the heck? How did it do that? That's wrong. That was weird. So it like runs back up and that's that? Alright. Alright, what's in here? Okay. Righty. Now, is there going to be another bowling ball of death up there? What do you use these silver husk tears for, anyway? Why is running around creepy underground cities so much fun? It's the smithing stone loot, isn't it? What's behind here? Nope. Alright, now I'm pretty sure there's another bowling ball, demon bowling ball here. Yes? Yeah. It's a trap! Alright, there's always one left. Alright. Larval tier. So I have so many respecs now. If I want them. And more treasure. And more husks. What are you? Come on, let me see. What are you? Another stone. This is all about the stones, huh? Alright, so somewhere around here there's an herb tree. There we go. I see you hiding there, you little Ashes of War scarab. Or smithing stone, somber smithing stone scarab. Alright, so now I need to go down there to get the Earth Trees deal. Oh dear. And okay. You know what? I'm gonna use my mimic tier. Let's make our narcissism work for us, shall we? Oh dear. Nice, Nart. All right, let's hear it for the mimic tier. Nice. Mimic tier, I'm proud of you. You did a great job. Now, what are you? The moon of Noxtella. What does that let me do? It's a talisman. Increases memory slots. Yeah, we want that. Hell yeah. All right. Now, there we go. Hopefully this leads us to the Erd Tree. Yay, it's a little elevator that's going to go down. So let's get the Erd Tree seed. And then we can go back and turn in the Ronnie quests. And then go on to the Lake of Scarlet Rot. Yeehaw. All right, Ronnie's Rise. There you are. Welcome in, folks. If you're just joining me, I'm Mike. I'm a therapist, gamer, streamer, having a little bit of chocolate, playing a little bit of Elden Ring, getting us through a Friday. Okay. Now, let's go unlock that other tower. One of the things that's fun about playing this game is you can do it in different orders. So this time I'm playing the quests and the worlds through in a very different way, which is kind of fun. Okay. Now we can get in here. Is this the door? No, no, no. I've got hats. Then what do I do? Is there? Oh, is this where there's like a waypoint so I can go to the where the dragon kills me? Only not this time. This time it's going to be different. This time I'm going to kill the dragon. Wait a minute. This is not where I want it to be. This is not where I want it to be. All right. What did I do wrong here? Lake of Rot shore side. Guess we'll go there. And let's equip ourselves with high immunity stuff. Whoa, so this like really increases my vitality. Does her hat do that too? Vitality resistance. No, that's not what I want. What had 50? One had 57. This one has 67. Alright, what did I need? Build it. Carry more stuff. Doesn't really make a difference. Oh. Let's see. Did I do the coated blade? Let's do the Parthy. All right. We'll try that again. There we go. All right. Making gains. Making gains. Okay. Where is the Stake of Marika? Is it one of those platforms? Good. Ah! Come on, Mimic Tier. You're doing so good. Nice, Mimic Tier. Did I get some good stuff for that? Yes. Nice. And let's get our ruins. Alright, let's die. Oh, the agony. Alright, now we'll go back. Stake of Marika. Hopefully it. Yes. Yep. Welcome in, folks. If you're just joining me, my name's Mike. I'm a therapist, a gamer, and a streamer. We are streaming some Elden Ring. And I am, let's see, working my way through the Lake of Scarlet Rot. Isn't that a nice sounding place? Been there already? We have. Do I have a Scarlet Rot talisman? Nope, guess not. Then what's the best one? I'll just stick with that stuff. Huh. Okay, there's another one over there. Okay. Oh, me and my scarlet rot. How many of these things do I need to activate? Oh, might as well get all the shinies. Okay. Oh, there's one over there too. Okay, let's get our runes. 50,000. We don't want them to go away. Is there anything worth it over here? All right. Let's get to the next grace before we die again. Oh, Yes. There we go. All right. We got all of the stuff we needed to, so now we can just run from the Marika stake. I have to go back. I do have to go back. All right. 165,000 ruins. I am going to be so mad at myself if I die before I get those cashed in. There we go. There we go. There's a nice little grace. All right. Let us go back above ground, back to round table. Okay. Thing here. Welcome in, folks. If you're just joining me, my name is Mike. I'm a therapist, a gamer, and a streamer. I'm streaming some Elden Ring this evening. I'm going to be right back. I'm taking my hourly bio break, and I will see you in a few minutes. So please don't go. Well, welcome in and welcome back, everybody. I'm back from my quick break and finishing up the Rot Lake area with my awesome outfit. Isn't this an awesome outfit? Like, I might keep this even after I'm done Rot Lake. I'm not going to keep that. Who am I kidding? So, welcome in, everyone. If you're new to my stream, my name's Mike. I'm a therapist, a gamer, and a streamer. I am definitely glad you're here. We are going to be running through this part. Is that where the multi... There it is. The summoning pool is now functional. So hopefully someone will be summonable. see what works better. Coated sword does a lot of holy damage. Does 100, does 353 holy damage. As opposed to the scythe. The scythe does well, we're going to stick with the scythe. Guess there's nobody there. I have to adjust that. Okay. Let's go. Got a pest glaive. Ooh. Oh. Wow. That was intense, but that's a good reminder to change our flasks. We do not need just health. No, I beat that. All right, let's go. Now, about this pest glaive. Guys. All right, let's try that again. Man. Nasty. If only someone was joining me in the Lake of Rot, but apparently nobody else is here. Lake of Rot, but us chickens. Oh dear, another one. Oh, I got Scarlet Rot. This ain't gonna be good. Ugh. Oh, that Scarlet Rot. Finally. Victor PS4. You weren't very helpful. I suppose that can't be helped. Ah! Jeez. My goodness. What? Alright, let's see. We'll give Victor another chance if he's there. Say it. Give Victor a chance. Making gains. No ambush ahead. Why am I not convinced of that? Okay, no ambush ahead. All right. Oh dear. All right. Let's try that again. All right, a jolly cooperator. Hello, Rain. Okay. Okay. Mm. Okay. Oh, you. no, come on, come on. Yay, good job, Furlfinger Rain. That was a battle for the ages. Thanks a lot. All right, let's go. Welcome in, folks. If you're just joining me, I am glad you're here. My name's Mike. I'm a therapist, a gamer, a streamer. I am playing Elden Ring tonight. We just defeated Astel, and are headed back to... Oh, wait. We're going to go over here, aren't we? See what's over here. First off, well done. Weak foe ahead. So before I go any further, I don't know why I can't ride Torrent around in places like this. Don't you think that he really should be able to ride around like this? So, more faith. And now we'll go over here and see if we can do something in the weird seal looking place. Cannot proceed without a ring of oath. All right. What is a ring of oath? A ring of oath? All right. Back we go to fingers.
Now go forth.
Nice. So now I can go forth. First, let's see where I can use this.
Well, I took you for no matter if they had your arms.
Okay. So where do we go now? Do we go back to Ronnie's Rise? Welcome in, folks. If you're just joining me, I'm glad you're here. See if to go up to see Ron for this part. This is not where I want to go. Or maybe Salubis. Oh, that's right. I have to go back to Renala. Because Renala's got that chest. That's where that sword is, I think.
Where did ye flee, my sweetings? Come out from whence ye hide. There are books and is it thy way to become a Be not alarmed.
Okay, so now the Dark Moon Ring I can do something with, right? Here. Yep. Talking to. Faith, is that you? He's asking you to betray Ronnie yet. Blythe? Oh dear. Okay. Alright, Blythe. We'll have to do this again now that I'm prepared. Blythe, You seem a little distraught. All right, Blythe. Blythe, Blythe, Blythe. Who's this? Who's this? Alright, so what about Saluvius? Has he gone off the deep end too? Saluvius, you look dead. What happened? Weird. Treasure we should check out. Let's go. Let's try this again. Wait, this is where I'm supposed to end up. Is it? All right, how do I get to the cathedral? Hello, welcome in, folks. Darnelli K, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everyone. My name's Mike. I'm a therapist, a gamer, and a streamer. I am playing some Elden Ring this evening. Just trying to find the location of Manu's temple. So I'm not sure where that is. I should know how to get to it, but it doesn't seem like I can find it easily. So anyway, how was your stream, Darnelli? Was good? Awesome. What are you playing now? And how's your drive to affiliate going? I have to find this temple. Consulting the Oracle at Google. See where to find it. Somewhere in Liurnia. I was playing Elden Ring. It's a great game, isn't it? Are you enjoying it? That's where it is. That's what it was. I didn't have the key that I needed. So last time I did this, I'd already had the key before I defeated Astel, and this time I didn't, so I had to do it. So for those of you that are familiar with the game, I'm actually just finished doing Astel, the Natural Born, and now I've got the Dark Moon ring, which I had forgotten to pick up. So I can now go to the Temple of Manus Celis, which is, I think, located here with an elevator. Oh, you just got to Gelmir Hero Grave? Cool. So are you doing the Volcano Manor quests? Those are pretty fun. The last guy, Juno, is really hard to assassinate if you're doing that. All right, let's go. Yeah, there's a little area if you want to snipe him with arrows. If when you invade his world, if you run, go right, and then kind of quickly hop up a couple of the walls, you'll be in a place where you can snipe him. All right, wait a minute. This is not it. This is the elevator that got me here, so I got to go the other way. Also, this game is so pretty, isn't it? This is such a pretty game. So it is so nice of you guys to stop by. If you have any questions about the game, feel free to ask. If you have any backseating, it's totally cool. I'm happy to have you backseat. I've played this game a bit. I really love it, and I don't mind learning from other people's experience. So definitely feel free to come on in and let me know. Yeah, so the build that I'm playing is a faith dex build. So I use incantations and the divine scythe, which is really fun. All right, here we go. Let's take the elevator. Right. Deep and so well. Okay, and here I am at the Moonlight Altar, and now there's a big old dragon here I'm going to have to kill. And I'm going to kill him. I am going to kill him. Maybe not on the first attempt, but let's see. Before I go after the dragon, let me just make sure I don't. Let's see. I don't have enough rooms for anything special. All right, let's cheese this and use our mimic tier to tank. The only thing about cheesing the mimic tier to tank is you have to keep an eye on your hit points, your health. I didn't realize this, but you share health with your mimic. All right, Draggy, where are ya? Here, dragon. Here, dragon. There we go. Let's start off with some rot. Ah, that was harsh. Oh, wow. All right. Oh. Okay. Let's give that another shot. Let's take a deep breath. Oh, all right. So a few things I need to do to change this up. I need to put my magic damage resistance talisman on, right? Yeah. So let's do that. And then yeah, I think that and then I don't need all of this stuff. I need magic resistance and faith. So I need my faith thing. Oh, interesting. This would actually. So I don't need that 1 point, but I do need that mind. So why don't I use that? And it also has some magic resistance, doesn't it? All right. Yes, it's got a little magic negation. All right, let's look for some magic negation. 11, 13. No. 13, 14. It is. Then magic negation. You start with 3, 6. The Preceptor's gloves we just got are kind of best in class for magic negation right now. At least what we've got. Yep. All right. And anything else we need to do, like temporarily boosts magic damage negation? We definitely want that. Welcome in, folks. If you are just joining me, I am glad you're here. I am just about to attack the dragon at the end of Ronnie's quest line. Having respect in Preceptor Sylvius's outfit, because magic negation is what this boss is all about. So welcome in. I'm glad you're here. Feel free to lurk. Feel free to say hi. Let me know if you have any questions or advice on the fight. Backseating is totally okay. right. Let's do some bleeding damage here. Ah, yep, yep, yep. Down to 50% this time. Much better. Oh, 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 oh. Shouldn't have said that too quick. Alright, that Mimic Tear is really helping. Yes! Alright, and done. Nicely done. Nicely done. Thank you, Mimic Tear friend. Twins. Alright. We're twinsies. This is cool. Twinsies. I love it. Alright, so now let's go to the Dragon Cathedral because I've got a bunch of dragon hearts. You know what? Let's not do that. Let's do something really fun and masochistic. Let's go hunt the big, bad white dragon and all those other dragons. So, for those of you that have played this game before, there are huge dragons at one point in Caelid, and this isn't the right one. Where is it? Dragonbarrow West. And there's this big giant white one. And I've never killed him. This guy. Right. Be big dragon. That's not you. Where did you go? Maybe I'm in the wrong zone. Oh. It's around here somewhere. Oh, there he is. I think you can see the big dragon wing from here. And there are these guys. So let's kill a bunch of dragons. And then we'll see how many more dragon hearts we get out of it. Oh, hello. Okay, so I just like totally spazzed on the button there. Nice. Alright, so these guys are almost dead. That gave me back a little bit of mana. And let's grab some of this stuff. But what I really want to do is I really want to kill the big white one. I am not sure I'm going to be able to do that, but we're going to give it a try. So let's go. Hey, welcome in everyone. If you are just joining me, I'm so glad you're here. My name's Mike. I'm a therapist, a gamer, a streamer. I am playing some Elden Ring. And thanks, Darnell EK. You have a good night, and I'm sure I'm going to down this dragon on the first try. Don't you worry. Well, I probably am not going to down it on the first try. I'm not sure I'm going to down it at all, but I'm going to try. I'm glad that you raided in. I really appreciate it. Every raid is so great. Thanks for trusting me with your community. When you raid in, whether it's one person or 100 people, it just matters so much. All right, so let's try. Oh dear. Oh, all it does is get all the dragons mad. Okay. All right, time for some melee. Right. Oh dear. Okay. Oh, come on now. Oh boy. All right, another one done. Now I've got to get you. Oh wait, you're not dead. Oh no. All right. Let's try this again. Wonder how many of those dragons there are that I have to kill before I kill the big guy. All right. I'm multitasking. Let's turn in some death root while I'm up here. Which hopefully isn't the part where the guy kills me. Yes, it is the part where the guy kills me. Down, and we have to not die. Don't I have some death roots? I thought for sure I did. Death roots. Alright. Alright, back to killing dragons. I guess Dragon Barrel Fork, that's the right place to be. Let's see if we can kill some dragons. Huh. this in. Ah, all right. I get really lost around here. Maybe this is it. No, this is not it. Here's the dragon. All right. Okay, you're a big dragon. Go back to the bleeding. And you're done. All right. Nice. Now the big question is, can I kill the big white dragon? It's up here. Oh, interesting. You're stuck. Let's try to do it. Oh, and I am punching the dragon. I am punching the dragon. Oh boy. Okay, that was a fail. All right, that was an unnecessary fail. There's no reason I needed to do that. But okay, so let's rise that catacombs. Let's go to Dragon Barrel West. That looks like it's probably the best one. Is this where the lake is? Yes, I think it is. We are just going to try to kill the white dragon, I think. Although it's going to get all of its other ads on it, probably at me, so. Let's try this again. All right. Now I should be able to do this. Maybe that's not the way to do it. There we go. Oh, I'm doing it again. How do I do that? How do I manage to, like... There we go. I was like, I keep punching the dragon. I don't want to punch the dragon. I want to scythe the dragon. Welcome in, folks. If you're just joining me, I'm Mike. I'm a therapist, a gamer, a streamer. I'm glad you're here. I am trying to go after one of the white dragons. The big white dragon in Caelid that kind of hangs around with other dragons. So I'm not sure how doable it is, but we're going to give it a shot. Let's see. We got to find the dragon. There he is. All right. So let's try to just do a lot of damage over time on these guys. And run away. All right. Nice. All right. One down. And there's another one down. Oh, all the dragons are dying. There we go. That's 3 dragons down. And that didn't reset my blue flasks. So, oh, here we go. Oh, whoa! Well, that was violent. Okay, let's try something a little different. Let's try red bow and arrows. Let's see if we can just poison the dragon here. Oh wow, this is almost too easy. There we go. Bye-bye, dragon. Draconic power is available. That's what we're talking about. And where did all the other dragons go? They all died too. Wow, that was effective. One and done. All right, let's go to the Draconic Temple and see what we've got for new dragon powers. Healing Ruins. It's the Draconic Temple. Inrionia. Cathedral of Dragon Queen. All right. Where is that little dragon urn? Here you are. All right, so I have a roar. I can do a roar. Why would this be useful? Transforms caster with a terrible roar, reducing the attack power. Okay. We can see where that might be useful. Oh, but I've got a lot of dragon hearts, so I might as well. Okay. And then Dragon Maw. Incantation of those who've hunted dragons feasting on hearts. Dragon Claw. Dragon Ice. Ooh. Definitely get that one. Got some of these left. I'm gonna save them. I'm not gonna use all of them. All right, folks. So it is headed into hour 5 of the stream. I am going to be raiding out. We have a nice little group here, so please stick around so we can make somebody else's night with a little bit of a raid. It is always fun to raid out, so please don't deprive me of that fun. And if you are just joining me, I stream most nights around 9:30, 10 Eastern Time till around 2:33 Eastern Time. And my focus on my streams is twofold. I like to play quirky RPG games, and I like to talk about psychology and the power of gaming for good. So if any of that sounds like your jam, you're in the right place. So let's take us out with a nice raid. Who do we have tonight? Who do we have tonight? How about we do Pre-Law Flip? He's playing a little scary stuff, so that'll be cool. He's playing Friday the 13th. So when we go and give him a little raid love, if you are so inclined, it's always nice, as somebody that's been a recipient of little raids, it's always nice to get some of that kind of some of that good stuff, because this can be a really lonely job. So definitely feel free to stay and show the love. I think you'll enjoy Pre-Law Flipper. He's got a good sense of humor. And that's it for me, guys. And we are raiding out now. Have a good night. I will see you tomorrow.